Hmm. Maybe depending on when we end, I need to. Ideally, I'd want to be done by 6 p.m. So in 4 hours or approximately 4 hours and 20. Maybe a little longer, but if we end quicker, maybe I will do some mirror dungeon. Probably not, because it's not super interesting to me. I don't feel like mirror dungeon is super interesting to stream. You just press P enter because it's so easy. So yeah, I got the new Faust. She seems very good. Like this rolls 17. Maybe if we get a little lucky, we'll be able to see the new Fleur team. Is there no mirror dungeon? Oh, there's no update to the mirror dungeon? Oh, that sucks. So how do you get event currency? Just farming the dungeon? I did not look, by the way. Okay, where was I? Yeah, this foe sounds really strong. She rolls at 5. If she has 5 charge. No, no new foe. No. There's a new floor team. The dungeon, but there's no dungeon at the end. You just do a fight of an entire dungeon for currency. Okay. But is the floor team something you get every time? Like they did for the last 2 events, for time killing time and heal my flesh. But yeah, if you have 5 charge, this rolls 17, which is no, 15. This is insane for an S1. She seems a little strange if you ask me though. Because RS2 also consumes charge. And again, it rolls 18, it rolls 24, 22. This one rolls 22, which is super high. But I don't know, she generates her charge with RS3, which is very strange to me. I'm assuming she mainly wants to be with Heathcliff? She mainly wants to be with the new Heathcliff to generate her charge? Or maybe Dawn? Maybe you want Dawn with Telepole? I don't know though. Is Ship Muscle generating charge for his allies? I guess you could also use cheap muscle. I don't know. But yeah, my W Corp team is pretty decked out already. I guess these two should be leveled up. I could level down. Or Ryoshu. But it's probably done. Oh, it probably doesn't really matter. General Kenobi. Hi, Dash. Hello. Welcome. I keep forgetting how you say General Kenobi in this beat. Let me. Since I have 2 season pool ID, 10 pool things more to do, there's most chance to get them. Oh, you mean the first? As long as I say it's fine. Let's go. Your hunch is good, but you're waiting for a few IDs. Oh yeah, so you're going to wait for the Deviate IDs and the Zwei IDs, as well as probably the Escape one. That's her. I have 2 of these. I have 2 of these tickets. I did not use them.
벌써 점심시간인가?
Despite I have so many stuff, I did not wail on this game. This game is far too generous for its own kind. For its own good. Like, I have way too many tickets. Oh, hi, Ludwig. Hello. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I have so many stuff. I'm fine. I'm good. Doing pretty well. Today we're doing an update for a game I've been like religiously playing since its release, basically. You're glad? Yeah, you're glad the season, all the IDs this season are so cool. They are very cool and they're very strong in their own rights. I wouldn't say it's quite power trip, but I would say that they're getting way better at making IDs. Like, they're all very unique. Even the 2 stars. Like, the 2 stars ID they've released are okay. They're good. Like, they're cool. They're not as flashy as the 3 stars, but they're very cool. Cool still. Okay. Murder on the Rap Express. Exciting. What do we have as our rewards for this event? Just the classic. We have our risk cliff. The banner. I love this aesthetic, by the way. It's so good. It's the neons. They're so good. I think I will probably use this banner for like a long while. They look very, very cool. I wonder if we'll go to W Corp at one point. Okay. First class. Shall we? Huh? Huh? Isn't it interesting? We're starting at 16? Let me check one more thing. Are we starting at 16 because we ended at... Oh, okay. That's because 15 was the end of the last event. Okay, makes sense. Let's get into it. Is this a new game? No, it's I would say it's... Well, it's a gacha that was released like about 1 year ago, and I've been playing it like every time it got updated. But there aren't that many updates. There are a lot of dead months, I will say. And it's a game with a really, really beautiful story. Like, it has probably one of my... It is set in probably my favorite universe in like any video game. It's the sequel to again, my favorite game, Lobotomy Corp. It's like this. There was Library of Ruina before this, after Lobotomy Corp, and then there was this game called Limbus Company. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically it's it's a game that is very exciting to me because it's in the series of it's made by the company, a company that I just really like. They just make really cool games. Sorry, it's getting really hard to articulate my thoughts, and I want to nerd out as soon as I talk about any game by Project Moon. In this game, you're following the story of like 12 of like a group of people called Limbus Company, trying to gather a golden bow, which are basically artifacts holding power for a purpose we don't know yet. And in Limbus Company, you have these 12 sinners, which are all playable characters, and they're like just a bunch of just a bunch of little maniacs. They're great. Okay, let's start. Alright. Oh yeah, usually this game has Korean voice acting, but during these events, they don't. There's no voice acting because it's set in cyberpunk world, kinda dystopian world. There's no voice acting during the events because you know, it's costly to get voice acting, so it's only for main story. So I will be, yours truly will do the voice acting. Alright. How did this happen? First, we boarded a warp train to get to our next destination pickup. Warp train is basically like because there's a bunch of mega corporation in this world, because it's like capitalism on crack, and there's a bunch of mega corporations with like super pearl type technology, like super advanced technology. Warp train is the corporation that does public transport or just transport overall. And yeah, there's shady stuff happening with them. I think we will delve into it though. The whole deal is that that a warp train only lasts for 10 seconds or so to get to any destination, because, you know, warp, they probably make teleportation. Got into our fancy first-class flash-free hibernation capsule and we were supposed to arrive at pickup after a quick blink of an eye, but... So there's Foz, she's one of the sinners, one of the 12 people who are helping us, and this is Dante. They are our character. Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Foz, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What? Oh yeah, and... Oh, Dante, they are a clock person. Which is very cool. I think they look really nice. What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago. Oh, Virgilius. Virgilius is not one of the sinners? Sorry, I'm doing a lot of introductions, but Virgilius is not one of the sinners. He's the guy basically guiding us through the city, through different places. He doesn't really help in fights because it's probably because he cannot. He's like not legally allowed to do it from his contract. Hi, Len. Welcome. Hello. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, he's a very soapy... he's a very, like, wet cat of a man. Very depressed, and a single dad as well. Well, not exactly, but... Yeah, he has an adopted daughter, actually. An adoptive daughter, actually, like, literally. I really like Virgilius. As you might notice, by the way, this character is named Virgilius, and our main character, they're called Dante. So, if you're familiar with the Divine Comedy, they are both characters from that book. Our destination is to warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, perplexed by the incidents at Teacup, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring.
Really? I must have misheard thee!
So this is Don Quixote. Again, a lot of characters in this game are reference to books. Obviously, Don Quixote is a reference to, well, you know the Don Quixote from Cervantes. So she's she's a somewhat delusional person trying to be very chivalrous. That's why she speaks in Old English in this translation. I'm certain you heard me right, Don Quixote. Don Quixote. I'm not sure how you say her name though. Is it Don Quixote? Don Quixote? We are now en route to the teacup. Warp train station. But Warp station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there. Indeed. A question must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Oh, and this is Gregor. A reference to the metamorphosis. As you can see, he has a bug arm. Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp train or something? I see that you are no significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs, but no. We are boarding on the warp train to get to pick up. End of the story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but you're actually taking that train? Showed what vague information we could gather from the identities we all had fragmentary knowledge about the terrible scene of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinner, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents is usually ended up being pretty helpful more often than not. I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have a very dim, if present at all, recollection from the time. What's this game that about? It's about like, it's a game set in a cyberpunk story where we try to, in this very dystopian town, try to gather artifacts for the purpose of our company, which we don't know what our company wants. We also go from places to like stop phenomenon called as distortion, where people who are subjected to great stress eventually turn into monster, and we try to, like, you know, turn them back to normal, basically. And in this case, we're in an event, so we're going to go in a warp train, which is basically a train that can teleport you really fast, if you will. And most likely, what our sinners are guessing is that in this warp train there must be, you know, someone who distorted, someone who turned into a monster. So this is Yiseng, is a reference to an author, a Korean author named, well, Yiseng. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollection from the time during which I wear identities. Oh, and this is this is the Frenchman of the group. And so there's no color right now because we were in a part of the city where colors do not, where people basically people have no colors, and if you want colors, you need to pay them. So again, I described it earlier as the city, so the setting where everyone is in this game as capitalism on crack, and I think it's pretty fair. Pay for crayons kind of. It's basically like the light in this area is just always sepia. And if you pay them, they can return you some of your colors. So, for instance, we saw at one point a guy with like who had a red shirt, but the rest of the outfit was like not colored. So, what we learned from that is that this guy just paid to have their red back, so that their shirt could be red, but the rest would not have color because they were too poor for that. Oh yeah, and this is Marceau. He's the resident French guy. He's a reference from The Stranger. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanism behind Warp Train's operation can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh, yeah. That's a 10-question trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches destination, they just wipe the passenger's memory? Honglu, he's everyone's sweet boy. He's a rich man who actually has a very good heart. And he's a reference from, I believe... He's from a Chinese novel, but I don't remember the name exactly. Let me check. Oh yeah, right. He's from Dreams of a Red Chamber, which is another like popular Chinese novel. He's very innocent-minded, if you will. Or at least he appears so. I also heard that the passenger gets so tired and worried that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. And Sinclair is all... like... he's from Damien. And he's like the very nervous upstart employee. Who also has anger issues, of course. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Oh, and Ryoshu. She is from Hellscream. Hellscream? Hellscream. A Japanese novel. I'm not super familiar with, like, East Asian literature. She's also very cool, very murderous, you will find. Hey, Father's Goose! Hello! Welcome! It's nice to see you, how are you doing? How goes the stream? It's going well, it's going well. We're playing some Limbus Company, a very nice story-based game. We're playing like the new event. It's nice to see you there, though. Great to finally catch one. Yeah, I'm happy to see you. Hope you can, you can enjoy the vibe. Even when the sinner were the identity through my identity card. Identities are like alternate, well, identities you can put on the characters. And in universe, they basically were upon like alternate version of themselves from other worlds where they have like different positions. In this case, there are a lot of identities that our sinners have where they work for W Corp, which is the corporation that holds the warp trains. The identities' memories or belief don't bleed into them. Once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinner could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each other identity had to offer. That's why I kept a record of some things that sound particularly important, and sometimes share it to the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communication are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarm response and possible incompliance have been already accounted for. When Faust, she's, well, from Faust, from the myth of Faust. She's a very smart individual. Very know-it-all, if you will. Faust! Then thou hast known this all along. Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me this? Faust has indeed this known all along. As no knowledge is out of Faust's reach, as expected, a solution to our dilemma has been already prepared. Oh, there's a slight typo there. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train. So what is it? Ishmael? She's probably like... She's the same person in the group. She's, well, from Moby Dick. She had a chapter, like... She had a story unveiled, like, a few months ago. It was very, very touching. The bus... Oh, what about this bus? There's no way this thing can fit inside a train car? Karen vetters too. Know what feels messy when Karen's gone? Oh, and Karen, she's... Virgilius. This man, she's our his adopted daughter. And the driver of, like, the bus we use to go from places to places. Miss Faust. How many characters? 12 plus our character. 12 plus our character, Dante, and Virgilius and Charon. There are like a few others, but they are the 15 mainstay. The 15 ones that are always present. That's so many voice to voice act. Yeah. Again, usually this game is voiced, but you know, it's fine. There is many characters and it's hard to remember all their voices, but you know, I try my best. A few months ago, Ishmael's chapters were 8 months ago. That's not all that much, is it? The rearmost tail of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passenger. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier. First-class passenger? What? Does it for those pompous toffs? Heathcliff, he's from Wuthering Heights. He's just had his chapter. He's the last character who had his story. It was like maybe 3 months ago. He's very rough on the edges. He's pretty cool. He's had a very romantic story, if you will, but also very tragic. Looks like a character Lars would like. I can imagine that. He's very blunt, very... doesn't really like, you know, Doesn't really like rich people. You're not wrong. Oh, hi, Lars. Hello. Welcome. On the memory remover. Remember on the memory remover? It's... The fact that he has remember on his bed is because it's actually an act he has for what happened during this story. It's basically something he's done. Initially, his bat had revenge wrote on it. The bat is massive. He's pretty tall. But yeah. Spawning the moment is mentioned. I think this is how you do it. It's just like when I spawn when people mention French on other streams. But yeah, during this chapter he had revenge written on it initially, but after what happened, which caused... I won't spoil everything maybe, but he's lost someone basically, and now it changed revenge to remember because he wants to remember. He's a very loving individual. Those 4 hours are almost Popeye-sized compared to the rest of him. Yeah. Yeah, he's very buff. Even on normal train, you got those souths whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their asses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Oh, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first-class seats either. As you can see, he's, for instance, way bigger than Sinclair. Oh, and this is Rodion. She's from Crime and Punishment, right? Yes. A Russian novel. She's the resident. I would say she's like almost like the... She's kind of like a mother to the other sinners, to at least the more like immature or youthful ones. She's like very easygoing, but also she kind of hides a lot of her pain through acting very happily. Isn't the ticket for a ticket for a single first-class seat as expensive 3-4 months salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle paying for all our fares? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your consent. I heard first-class passenger get some cool bonus like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes? They are flash-release hibernation capsule to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. Right. I honestly thought they were going to sleep just the guide and Karen into the first-class seats, and ship the rest of us in economy cars. Oh, and this is Autis. Autis is police from the Odyssey, but at one point she encounters the Cyclops, and the Cyclops ask him, "Who are you?" And the answer Police gives is Autis, which means nobody. It's like more convoluted than that, but basically it's more than likely that Autis is not a real name. But yeah, she's from the Odyssey. very, you know, very popular Greek novel, Greek poem. It's one of the biggest Greek epic stories, basically. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisors access to those seats. Jeez. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, all right? We have to think about the unique nature of the warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right. I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain trippy. You'd also be worried about, for example, economy class passengers are going to have a hard time getting into the first class car. If they cannot even attempt to open it, I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding that first class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train and get into our capsule, shut our eyes and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars to blow over. How they used to give commemorative merch back when the finance weren't in the gutter and... Oh... A true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in. In a place of quaint inn. Indeed. Indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it means that they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the seating... what voice did I give you, Shu? First-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. The scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Julius pretended not to hear Ryoshu's question. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing that happens in the warp train that they're kind of touching upon. But basically what's happening in the second class trains is that the passengers are... The train is basically put in a stasis for like hundreds of years, and the passenger cannot die, but they eventually lose their mind. And, you know, they go through like all sort of good stuff that can happen when people are locked for hundreds of years. And then they're brought back to the other side of the city, while in the for the outside world, basically no time passed because they were like in a temporal stasis or something. And their memory are erased and they are brought back to normal. We're not yet explain why this happens this way, but apparently it has something to do with the people inside the car while they're in like temporal stasis. They are generating time that is then sold basically, and the whole W Corp operation is working. Headline tracked you up? Which one? The Ryoshu one or the one about Virgilius now pretending not to hear Ryoshu's question? Very well then. Very well. Then I assume we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? What with it, lass? Beating around the bunch ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is, the first-class seats. I have heard that we must board with our feet freed from the boots. Does that claim hold water? Oh, right, because Don Quixote has like... I don't know why, she always wears those boots with Rocinante written on it. Rocinante being, I believe, the horse of Don Quixote, or the mule of Don Quixote in the book. Ah, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? This no gossip, forsooth. I have heard all from those we have walked past here today, and when one of them inquired, "You know that you gotta go barefoot in the first place?" the other responded, "Of course, man. What am I, stupid? How to travel speak true, Ishmael?" Don't ask me. I've never been on one of these before either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante. Not even a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities, like the ugly shoes of Sir Riscliffe. Oi, little. I implore thee, O Lucius Redgaze, prithee grant me thy permission to allow me to board with Rocinante. He's tired. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff, but this time he responded in a somewhat serious, if tainted by a familiar annoyance tone. Fine. Fine. Keep your shoes on. So, I'm guessing that Rocinante is probably like... Her boots are probably like important to her story-wise even. But we only know that next chapter. The Northern Fixer. Okay, next chapter. This place is huge. This was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is... Don Quixote shouted Vimber vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. Sorry. Switch Nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got nothing. Oh. Know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Merceau with his chin. Every warp station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in the relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. I mean, he has a lot of knowledge. It's funny though that it's the Brit and the French who are being buddy-buddy like that. So, young Merceau? Oh, is that passenger over yonder from the west? Oh my god. Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominantly fashion trends, often visible in the outfits of Western population. While that individual clothes-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of the North and South, they are largely observed to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself. Oh. I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart? Regarding the fashion of the northern region? You have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in loose, fitting outfits, understandably so, given the colder climates of the region. An opportunity for first-hand observation stands before you. 3 seconds of screaming duets, 1 of utter fascination, 1 of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew my eardrums! You're the one to talk? Dude! I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums! Holy shit, man! No! Get the hell out of my way! You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag bang of hicks who's never seen a warp train before. Not it. I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target. And now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great. Just great. I love this. You're not very polite. Guys, is it obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Ticket fee. Oh, wow. Watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Pretty? Will those stand for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thine outfit? Oh, yes, yes! Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed. 'Tis grand. This city has sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess the city really is full of people with full-body prosthetics. That's when Virgilus slowly walked up to our groups. Oh yeah, this guy looks kind of like a robot because they probably had like they had like part of their bodies replaced with prosthetics. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Oh. The illustrious red gaze not ride alongside us? Wicker policy demands that those with the title of color must board the train specifically prepared for them instead. Oh yeah, color is like... As a mercenary called fixers, you can be... Which is like the case of Virgilius, he's a mercenary. Mercenaries in the cities are called fixers and they rank from 9 to 1. But for the people who are like above and beyond the skills of like people of rank 1s, they are named callers. So they are usually treated differently. Both because, you know, you give them prestige so that they might treat you well in return. And also because they're just so fucking dangerous. Oh, are you like riding a first class plus or something? That's a color for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where it goes. Everyone wants to go back to Miffy. If he'll be lonely. I already told you why you can't, Karen. On 3 separate occasions, which I bought you multi-flavored candies. Humans are not allowed. Humans are not allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes. Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look with a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away. Dente, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance to our train car. Oh, colors! Damn. Oh, hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh, oh! Hey, this must be the fabled complimentary food and drink of the first class seats. Heck yeah! Of course, quality stuff like this must be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our body in a flash. And we know something about freezing people's body, right? From our very broad chrono arc experiences. First, are these flash hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by a rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cell walls during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issue. Suppose is aware that this model has fully restored cell walls breaching issues. Cell wall breaching issues caused by the cryogenic density change, or by ice crystals growth of hydrogen molecules. It's still about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yeah, Faust is very verbose. It's hard to understand what Faust says most of the time. Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their state at the beginning of the train trip upon our arrival, there won't be any lasting complication from the said problem. Alright, we've got some real talent dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously! And look at her, she's smiling! She's proud of herself. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. These two are grinning. Dante is probably not grinning, but we can see their face. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Wait, there was something odd about the way she phrased that. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not align with the truth. Okay. They don't call it first class for nothing, I guess. Because way up in there, in the northernmost corner of the city, this thing will take us in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Oh, ooh, ha! Wow! 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 Prepare thyself, Rocinante! Thus begins that long jaunt! Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, you know, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Roger? I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we all got kind of we got all kind of its gross slimy bits on us. There were no cloth, or shoes and everything. Yeah. Do you remember how much work it took us to clean our blooded, fishy, fleshy, ganked clothing? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right. Do you also remember how Don Quixote never took our shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Ew. Stinky. Okay. I guess they do look a bit filthy. Yes, dear compatriot, has you ever witnessed an errant knight who leads to that side below steed? Don't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Thou shalt know. Sorry. Then thou shalt know. Standing no, behold it, hearken it, and remember it well. They never quiet down, do they? Have you been on one of these, Hooties? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back then. There is nothing to fuss over. Pussyto was sitting there, shaking her legs, suddenly asked first a question. Hey, You're confident that no accident ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgiving among the sinners, this story of accident that has occurred aboard warp train will not be shared. Wait, what the? Oh, I think we're leaving soon. I wish I could do radio voice. I mean, let me sound like tired Megacorp employees. This is warp train PPW 612. Bound for pickup. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners who are leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car suddenly became a lot busier. Then, let us all return and enter our capsule before it is too late. Oh no! Why isn't this? The other sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp train in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and was expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before. Then press the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. They are in the capsules. Look at Dunk. Look at Don. Look at Don over there. Aaron is standing properly. And then there she is. Arms up in the air. I like the attention of to the details that they actually drew the sinners. Like, this is Don, this is Yiseng, this is Frost, this is Onglu. In the back, I'm guessing it's probably Sinclair. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was first climbing into her own capsule, opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment." Oh, and there we are, at the beginning of the event now. Dante, you must wake up, Dante. But one thing who I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Yeah, so we have the setting for this event. We're taking those shady trains. Disappearing passenger. But we know that bad things happen in the warp trains. We're back to full colors, let's go! Finally! We're here already? Oh, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Rose was giving me our usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which, I suppose, is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we're not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more angsty than usual, by a microscopically minuscule degree. She looks actually worried. So this train's still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck in my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. but I saw myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to probably tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us get out of this situation. Yeah, because Faust, she always knows. But this is just all part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust let me flounder in the chaotic stream of vague, terrifying information, as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, you're real already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Oh, we're here already? I guess I really was worrying of an... No. No. Oh. Oh. No. Yet I have not uttered a single word. She is done with having to tell them that they are not yet. Are we here yet, Faust? There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining her color, followed by a flat-tone explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion, however, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstances is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. That train's still running. And we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Oh! What about that strike at me as quite dramatic? Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius internationally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What are you, what? Are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out of that door when stuff hit the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fo, unless you know what to do like you always do, right? You've got a plan, right? Faust, whom I had never seen at a loss for a word, was having only long instances of silence. There was a theory that Faust can have contact to the knowledge of the Faust from the other worlds, the one that she was in her identities, and that's how she's nearly omniscient. But maybe because they're in another dimension, she cannot actually access this knowledge right now. What's up with her? The last looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideway glance. There must be something she can discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable happened. The other sinners' anger was completely understand. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might turn everyone against Faust for good. And I doubt that Faust had any ill intent in waking us up in the middle of the trip. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure out and deal with it as we move along. Dante, they're stepping up as a manager. Tell us what's going on first, all of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first, okay? Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I go along with it. Fine. Suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you then. After some time. The gist of first explanation was as follows. Because of the issues, as always, involved a certain contract. And a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of the Limbus Company's recent distortion management. Of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions. And decided to contract us with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been the cause by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp based on the available informations. It can be determined that they would have been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passenger would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers? Spirited away? Alas! Such is an impossibility aboard this train, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause of and effect of. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. He explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Both produced what appeared to be a keycard with the W Corp logo on it. Continuing with our explanations. However, we're given this master keycard that can open and close hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely completes the rest of the journey, as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings! Every single one of them has been absolutely balmy! Wings are the mega calls, by the way, and Heathcliff is really right. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at Teacup, the chief executive director tagged along our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining new things to us. Sounds like Mr. Force was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after our explanation, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? There has to be someone. This has to be like, how do you call it? This has to be foreshadowing. There has to be someone constantly monitoring Faust. That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying that piece. Next time I will take your input into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust after all. I'm sure she has a backup plan to get us to help to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with the other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing? What are we discussing, Faust? I recommend that you lower your voice from this point onward, Dente. Why are you whispering? Why are we whispering? A secretive attitude only served to exacerbate my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Gesellschaft, I mean, Faust, has been severed. What is Gesellschaft? Let me look up Gesellschaft. Society. It's society in German. Is it? Yeah, society. My connection to Gesellschaft. Gesellschaft. Sorry if you're German, by the way. I'm very bad at pronouncing those. I mean, Faust has been severed. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I was absolutely right to be anxious. So, a big theory also is that her Faust is not the original Faust, if you will. That she is like just like a proxy, an homunculus used by the actual Faust. And that's why Faust talks about herself in the first person, and that's why she says that she has no access to Faust knowledge right now, maybe because she has no connection to this original creator. Okay, so these are the battles. These are basically the teams you choose to pick before a fight. In this case, well, we'll fill in people who have who look like people identities who are like W Corp, so Warp Train's employees, because they fit really well in the theme and they give us more event rewards. Also, we have the new Faust identity that is just like the guy with the robot's arm we've met earlier. So I take Faust. Oh yeah, we have the... There is the backups as well. I mean, I guess I need to put the more irrelevant employees at the end of the backup. What is Sinclair's passive again? I guess I can put everyone in like a moderately strong identity. Because if our sinners die, we might want backups who can fend for themselves. So we'll have a fight in this mission. What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. And Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment, I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause for this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps it does not take into account an occasion in which we may have been which we may have access to an unidentified dimension such as this. Or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may or may not have been subject to cross-observation. I feel like these super long dialogues should be spread in 2 boxes. Or even more, because they are very hard to read. If that is not the case, then no, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Foss would be lost. Not even as we boarded the train, to be honest. This is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright. Oh no? No, that's no. That changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch and the capsule closed, when Foss told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. We can't beat. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Foss did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of option, I just turn the clock back. Turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot of work with your knowledge and my clock, the sinners, and oh yeah, Dente can bring the sinners back to life if they die, which is very convenient, considering we do a lot of fighting. I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed enough to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be also for the source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. And they would probably ask what you really are, Faust. What? So wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all gonna bite it once it opens? How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? 1 billion years in this box? Yeah, good idea. So, what do we do? So what now? Do we have to take a certain searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Was cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By Aircorp standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the MasterCard placed inside my capsule, and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you. What if someone has cryostasis? Insomnia? As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passenger to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deduction and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class car. But what they trashed the shite out of one another, tearing their limbs off. All that mess? No. I love that. I don't think it gets as bad, that bad in 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corps, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary they want us to deal with. Precisely. In my opinion, it is. Oh! Hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Foz was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost to hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay. Rapping, forsooth! Past these gates must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the doors, with an expression of half curiosity and half horror on her face. It is possible that there must be... Lady Faust? So that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their head to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thoughts. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced a master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Oh, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestionist, Cliff. There are times in which physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. My suggestion? Well, I ain't going to disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? After a brief mechanical bleep, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open doors and charged wildly in our direction. Really? They're already monsters. Oh. They're already people turned into creatures. Craving bloodbag passenger. Oh! We see the stagger thresholds of the enemies now. Okay. Should not be so hard. So this is like what they did with the UI. I did not see much of a difference aside from the HP. Let me check again. But this is the main this is like the main gameplay of Limbus Company. What you're doing is that you are basically choosing. It's not all that complicated, honestly. You have like skills for your characters on this board, and you need to choose them accordingly. It's not much, but it's nice. You need to choose them accordingly to what you want to use for this particular like round of battle. Oh, I can see little bars for everyone as well. And your character's attack will clash the other character's attack. They each like roll a certain number depending on the value of these skills. And yeah. The one who rolls the higher destroys the enemy's attack, obviously. It's very... I would say the gameplay is very, like, cinematic to watch. I saw this new foe seems very strong. It's mainly all about learning hold. It's mainly about Luno. getting more charge. And she does it a little different than most identity, which is cool, I think. But yeah, the fights, they're usually not so hard. You just watch your sinners. Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers. Really? It's as though they were in a complete want of sense. Like people politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last minute before raising her weapon to fight them. She hangs her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. And she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to innocents. Faust began searching the area, closely observing the various bodies and the general area of information. You appear to be particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has the answer, who has all the answer while we're whacking our brain trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to feel like there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust right now. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer the parts all tethered to one another by something. Are they not? Oh! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connection that tethers the bodies to life away from death remains intact. To my relief, Faust correctly managed to figure what's going on like her usual self. Even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this! Huh? What's that about? Oh, nothing. Maybe this will be the event where we realize that maybe it's nice to have a know-it-all like Faust. Maybe it's nice that she knows things that we don't. But I'd forgotten if not all the sinners were content with nodding along with whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time is ceased aboard the warp train, is it? Isang grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read on her. That was an unmistakable look of regret, no matter how short-lived. I have to say, I don't like seeing Faust with this expression. You know, since she's always like so confident and so smart, it doesn't feel good to see Faust expressing visible doubts. You want her to be smarter than everyone else, and maybe she looked down a bit on you, but you know, go off, I guess. Oh, Bates. Will it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is the most rational suggestion, Yiseng. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Oh, Yiseng sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language, though that we're talking about it anyway? Gladly, if you would allow me. Yiseng began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. Can ya maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heartbeat stills. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and with shoots of relief. Their state is akin to an assembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized, unseparated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is a state of, for all intent and purpose, eternal delays. Is that a state of, for all intent and purpose, eternal delay? About this strain, existence in continuance moratorium. First they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. So basically, since time doesn't pass, they cannot... Since there's no time passing, is what I'm getting, they cannot die. Because... the time that would need to pass between to push them from death to life is not happening. Is what he's saying? I even understood what had been said there. Yet, are they not dead all the same, If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it would be impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the passenger of the procession of W Corp cleanup agent has become to be. I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. Sorry, I was eating a strawberry. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a win that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Still, I guess that means as long as the train arrives to the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. That is quite auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me that first was, though with some effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote. Sigh with relief. Maybe Foss was trying to cheer Don Quixote in our own way. The other Foss would not even find it necessary to do something like that. It's because she is not being held by whoever is holding... Whoever is basically monitoring her all the time. In a sense, she probably has more free will now. Gente. What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Foss cast a dark gaze toward the chunk of flesh. Our gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are there distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't human, that's for sure. From them, I felt the sensation that I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure, that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even peccatula. I had to lead closer one way or the other. I said they're close to distortion. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure I can explain this, but they're very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Rose doesn't know. Rose may know, but at this moment, I have no way of knowing. Feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me deduce something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did you just smile without self-regard in her hand? Got a head for now? Okay, bye Edwin, take care. Ah, finally, the awakening has begun.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰로 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만
multi-track office. I thought there were multi-track office. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors. Ah! Passengers in danger! Worry not! For ah! Whoa! Don't come any closer! Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without a warning. Was stumbled, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Oh, so this is the person the identity first has. Right, like you gave me a warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword off our face? It's a bit disconcerting. Threatening? Just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Wanna see what this whole Seymour got's left in him? Ah! The one from the north? Verily, thy garb is that of Northerners, no? This ain't the time, lass! Anyway, it looks like we're in the same mess. Make way for us, yeah? He seemed to be sizing up us up for a moment. Ah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't beaten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Beaten? Bloody hell you are talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen. Hold on. Are you all from the first class car? Yeah. We just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... aren't first class supposed to be... Well... Why didn't you say so from the get-go? She's saying we look poor. Name Sasha. Multi-track office rep. With that, she lowered her weapon and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? Huh? No, I haven't. We warped over to Teacup after picking up one of their contacts. But geez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady business, if you ask me. Can you feel all of that even in a prosthetic body? How could I live without my favorite hobby? Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high quality parts for him, so I can feel hungry and sleepy. He's got parts to feel sleepy. She's replaced her body and got like the body part that sleeps the best. That's funny. Isn't something else of note so cute? I bet you asked, did something else of note go down? How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Why don't you stop swinging your arms around like that? Don't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. But I keep them swinging if I want to sync them up with the other parts anytime soon. Anyhow, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into wind monsters all of a sudden. Haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just shot what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the silly civilians in to this vacant car. 2020, 3,201 red color, 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, it is expected of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evils to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days so far. Zero transformation. Go past these cars and you'll see what hell on earth that really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one car. To one of the train's car in the back. And it spreads like wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situations. So what's your story? Why'd you reach first class for decide to go to grace us with to grace us peasant with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made you swanky. Would have made it to your swanky first class cars. So what's your business done here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are victors! Indeed, fixers. Both wore a reluctant look of acceptance as she affirmed Don Quixote's declaration. Huh? They got every single one of you first-class tickets. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. So WCOM knew that this would happen? But are you really contracted by a wing? Not sure if I trust ya. You must be well aware. Contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that WCOP is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Ah, non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to make a deal with those Oofy boys either. Oofy is like the fixer association that goes after people who break contracts. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask proof that you're actually contracted by WCOP. This is the master keycard given to us by WCOP. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Both produce a master keycard from our pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by WCOP. A keycard, so you've used this to open the path to from the first class to the economy class. Let's see. Let's see. WCOP logo? Nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright. I won't pray. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So I guess I gotta go all the way. You gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got off our way. Then with one of her free hand pointed toward the opposite door. Well, it's your funerals, ladies and gent. Or your victory lap. If you guys are really that good, lots of luck to ya. To you all. I thank thee for thy rewards of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust you with protection. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocent in my stead. Fixis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monster in the cars behind us? Oh! Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattail. Hi, forsooth! Ah, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again? Thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Wow, I wanna be a fixer too, just like... Not pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and... Ruin not thyself. 'Tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming fixer thyself, little esquire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself about this train. It's about this train. Your presence ensured that that child's survival. What you're talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearance between people of the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? Oh, she's protecting them, and then they're going to pay her. Well, you know, you gotta do your money. I see. I don't think Don Quixote need to hear what she just said. Didn't know you could be like that first. Like, what? You knew no way. You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill. But you decided to go along Don Quixote delusion anyway. Am I right? I think that our first is way more... She's way more candid than most citizens in the city. And she probably actually thought that this person was doing it out of goodwill. Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkles in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote has always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Goes straight towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It will be 30k per inquiry. That is quite an unsoon decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same lane of works as us. Have you considered the possibility that once your contract is successfully completed, we could include a reference to a particular cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, are you serious? Well, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monster you faced red by any chance? Sasha paused, swinging her arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to be either in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. It was a pretty hectic battle in a narrow way, so I didn't have the wherewithal to get a good look here at their eyes. Is it something important? Wherewithal. Oh, those are big words. Well, for one, my prosthetic eyes is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes. And you there, lady with the big sword also got red eyes. She's talking about Ryoshu, I think. What? Is someone out there paying cash in for red eyes on something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Post nodded lightly in our direction, then opened the door to the next car. Ooh. And that there is why there is mature rating to this game. Oh, look at this face over there. This was just as we feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Ew. Painting of hell. Okay. Battle.
충전 완료.
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까?
Would I just gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit? Consume 3 bleed count on self to gain coagulated blood, which gives offense and defense level. Prioritizes target with bleed turn, and if this unit fails to deal any damage this turn, gain 2 defense and 2 offense level up next turn. Take 10% less damage from bleed rounded down. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 10% of the damage dealt. Interesting.
공격 범위 확인.
That kind of...
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
They're not all that easy to deal with, I will say.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
So this new identity is really drippy. It looks really cool.
공격 능력 평가? 저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네.
What was that red screen for?
끝장내줘. 충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
It's concerning.
승객 무력 확인.
Again, we won't for the time being have too much trouble with these. They're like really like
공격 범위 확인.
weak.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했다. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
처리했습니다.
Yeah. Have you? How have things been? How have you guys been doing lately? Have you been all right?
제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비. 제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
Have you been remembering to drink proper water, considering how hot it has been lately?
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Can we get the newest cliff? Not yet. Okay, one more fight.
모델 45-3 충전.
Fights.
준비 완료.
Help me to rest my voice a little.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게
There are a lot of characters in this
별것도
game.
아니잖아요.
충전 기능 점검.
I don't think I have much to say.
출력 최대치.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
We're just beating these guys apart.
걱정 마시오. 최후의
I wonder what this entire thing is about though, because
어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
very clearly they're not like
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
they can't be like
공간을 뭉갠다.
actually passengers turned insane. Because this is the thing that happens in these trains, is that eventually the passenger will go insane.
모을 필요는 없겠군요.
But there,
무력화 확인.
공적을
It would feel wrong if, like, in only 3 days, people already started killing each other.
충전 기능 점검.
And Sasha mentioned something about there been an infection of some kind, so maybe
이것이 바로
they're blood fiend actually. Maybe they're vampires, because this is a thing in this game. I don't know.
너희 중에 부상 인원이 생긴 것 같은데?
They're all going for Faust,
적의 주의를 분산시켜보죠.
who got promptly staggered. That's okay. He should be fine.
다음은 어디요?
Speaking of Faust,
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I have a lot of theories about what's actually happening with her.
마지막까지 서 있는 놈이 이기는 거라니까.
My biggest guess is that, again, she
생각하지 말고 저 새끼 죽은 다음만 생각해. 그럼 공격이 더 매서워지거든.
공격 범위 확인.
she's basically used as a receptacle for another Faust, the one who holds all the knowledge she's always talking about.
출력 최대치. 공격 능력 평가.
제압 완료. 승객
제대로
보관 중.
고쳤는데.
And this is why our behavior changed a bit during this event, because since the other Faust is not there to, you know, tell her what to do,
다음은 어디요?
저희가 우세한
she can act as her own person.
이미 매뉴얼을 6번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는
And as another side note, there are a lot of similarities that can be drawn between Faust and Angela from the Lobotomicon,
모을 필요는 없.
from Lobotomicon and Library of Luna. And Angela was, in fact, a robot
승객 무력. 확인.
who
제압
was
완료.
forced, you know,
승객
to
보관 준비.
hack in a card of a guy named Ayin. So, you know. A lot of thoughts, basically. Traveling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot of you. Too bad making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around. Takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us, who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the one we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things? Host? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tall, so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Can I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come with our answer first? Sure. Of course, Oz did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her own silence in his own fashion. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. It's apparent that their hunger for oats, charging at anyone and anything desperate in a quest of it. So they're hungry? Right, that's strange. No, I thought the hunger first wasn't a thing about these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offenses were not based on rational thoughts. The source of this behavior can be only traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes. Yes. And was there anything else? Anything else? Oh, yeah. I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of reds. I smell blood. So that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed. Nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? You're in luck, Dente. I have read up on the subjects as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train. And while that will be a useful element in resolving this situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available scene of informations. Your advice was correct, Dente. You mean, we know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, both turn and face the rest of the sinners. I will now present you before you a solution to this predicament. Uh-huh. Is there something else we gotta do than beating the crap out of whatever in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is of high likelihood that the entity behind the incident on this warp train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that occurred in the previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. Oh, so there are blood fiends. Vampires.
정리가 예상보다 일찍 끝났군. 보고서는 내가 작성해 둘 테니 다음 정리 전에 휴식을 취하라.
Okay, I need 500 of these little things. Blood fiends. Yeah, I will recharge my enkephalines. My energy.
검 끝을 바라본다.
Wait, blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of the wings is that? You of all people haven't heard of the blood field? I thought you were a team expert on obscure lore. Really? I've not once heard of these blood fiends. Perchance I have a magazine article slip from my memory. I've let an article magazine slip on my memory. Don Quixote froze up rose. Genuinely lost. It was a thought the very words sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters. It's story to scare children in the night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard that their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor. What they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed in the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as commanding officer. And I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves Bloodfiend among the fingers, but the things that Bloodfiend commanded weren't like this rubber textured one. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spot these drakes with abandon like this. Weren't you supposed to know this already? Yes. I see that some sinners may have encountered bloodfiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. Many of you have stated thus far, the entities we faced in this train thus far do not appear to be bloodfiends. In a sense, they are drag-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as bloodbags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone bloodbag? As it had been said prior, it is impossible for the passenger to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. The reserve of intelligence regarding the warp train, or W Corp, is vast, if incomplete. We could not find a possible explanation to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, let me get back properly on my chair. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, we have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable to the in question allows for a formulation of a new hypothesis. What you're saying is that these bloodfiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be that they are dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved? No matter the degree of passenger violence this passenger may indulge, no matter how severe the damage may be, the warp train can reverse them to their initial state at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. However, as the passenger's collective time in this itself is in moratorium, for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devout passenger could be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into a digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passenger to retrieve them, the chewed up chunks of the other passengers, and piece them back together via vein-like things like connecting each individuals. However, such is not true for the bloodbags. Bloodbags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their form. Wait. What? Didn't you say that digestion is not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deduction, perhaps consumption of blood for bloodfiends and bloodbags is a fundamentally different process from all consumption of nutrients or energy. To them, blood is the culmination and entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purpose of existence. So blood is what makes everyone. Blood is someone's ego, if you will. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process that is isolated from other biological processes, such as digestion. Sorry, I'm reading through this multiple times because it's very interesting. So, what they drink is not like literal blood, but someone's existence, basically. I ain't following even a half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy. They continue to spark within you. Oh, well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration
or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creations and destruction. It can be said that emotion, once past, exists not in the continuation. The passengers will to persist. The passengers will to persist. The worth of this very existence is which they thrive. They do not all gently atrophy into non-existence even in the midst of the system. Time? This verse seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Sorry, I'm really trying to wrap my head around that. So blood is just... it's their being. And if they exist in this train, their being still exist. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood, is that the case, then the very blood supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together also evaporate, which means they can be pierced back together. There is no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions if you would permit me. Lisa was the first to break the silence. Could this be that the blood bags are the direct reaction of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? That information is inaccessible at the moment. Post replies, avoiding Yiseng's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more frustrated when they find out. And if that's something Faust and I, that's something both Faust and I want to avoid. Inaccessible. Indeed. I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that the form of the physical contact is needed to turn them into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we were likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment. Would have been the first one to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that feeling of a blood fiend must be hiding somewhere aboard this train. Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in the direction to the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train will lead us straight to the blood field. Yeah, well, I shall forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. And it seems that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinner also seems satisfied now. That we had clearer sights of our goal. Post who stood amidst them nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's possible to us at the moment. Let us move forward for now.
자, 맞서보죠.
Hey,
우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도
they're
아니잖아요.
double Corp employees.
충전 기능 점검. 잠시의 정렬도.
Not pretty reminiscent of the mermaid, actually, these blood bags. Have they been cold blood bagged this entire time? I'm not super sure anymore. I don't remember their exact name. Thank you, muscle.
인간을 뭉갠다.
There was a lot of them, by the way.
올바른 방법으로 겐트에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이
These guys are quite relentless, aren't they?
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠소. 방해물을 제거합니다. 이제
승객 무력 확인.
Well,
모을 필요는 없겠.
what I seem to find, in my opinion, is that as soon as they start to attack you, then just keep going,
이런
basically.
건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
Which might be trouble.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
So, you know.
처리했습니다.
We're still kind of destroying them, of course.
다음은 어디요?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, though I'm really not sure I entirely grasp.
방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I'm not sure I entirely grasp what they meant by whole blood bags, blood walks, basically.
충전 기능 점검. 단순히 정렬.
This part is very confusing to me. Also, we have nobody who has rap in our team. Normally, the only draft like generator in my W Cup teams is Faust, but
이미 매뉴얼에
obviously there's no Faust there.
임직원들도 보이는데 이 책임은 다음에 묻도록 하죠.
So that's fun.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
제대로 꽂혔네.
I guess she trades the chargers up, and her S2 is actually doing insane damage. I think that Faust is I think that this Faust is a step to the right direction
없겠군요.
when it comes to creating new charge IDs. Because she is a charge ID who is not generating charge toward our S3.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트.
And it seems she's doing pretty well. Fully no?
여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Okay.
차원 파동.
We're almost at his
승전
sleep.
완료.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Hey, we don't have anyone with these lances? Do we? Or maybe they're just like the regular poles. Oh, they are lances. No, they're poles.
효율적인
Okay, never mind.
제압 개체 상태가 좋지 않습니다. 제대로 된 일격만 가한다.
I mean, the enemies in this event look sick.
수 있겠죠.
단숨에 정리.
Which, you know, is probably... it's pretty true for like every event thus far. Except maybe the gnomes. The gnomes were not sick, they were terrifying.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
당신들은 상관없을지도요?
Neutral, neutral. You can take a few neutrals.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
You can handle that. I wonder, because lately in the events, I've realized that the new identities were like tailor-made for the events. I wonder if it's the case there as well, but it doesn't feel like so to me.
일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정부의
공간을 뭉갠다. 승객 무력 확인.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
Mainly because charge is mainly just deal damage to the enemy.
제압 완료.
처리했습니다.
승객 보건 중.
So mainly just fuel yourself and deal damage.
승객 보건 중. 핫! 맘.
하나 눕혔네. 이렇게 눕혀가다 보면 어느새
You
끝나겠어.
can take this, you can do this.
공격 범위 확인.
That's not really high resonance right there.
처리했습니다.
He is very strong, it seems.
공간을 뭉갠다.
This new post.
그래.
The other ones are doing like their regular job.
잘 들어. 아픈 거 생각하지
내
말고
앞을 막을 자는 없어.
죽는 다음만 생각해.
Also, she has a very... Whenever you want. Well, these guys have no sanity. Oh yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, this new post. He has a lot of interesting things with the charge potency as well. I did not look into that completely yet though.
다음은 어디요? 공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔네.
맘.
처리했습니다.
I wonder though... Sorry, little aside before we continue the story. One thing I wonder is if like there will be a big shift in how the characters look when we go to the north. And that door is quiet. Out! Behold! This poor fellow still lies! Don Quixote rolled her eyes wide open, began her round eyes wide open, began spiriting somewhere. No! Stay away from me, you monster! Hey man, we're not those monsters, alright? You're right? Huh? Not harm! You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. No, this is... Gregor stumbled forwards before chuckling and casting his gaze aside toward the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well... There's no surprise, I guess. There's no way to tell right away whether this is a monster's arm, a prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is not rarely seen in the city. Prosthetic? So bioprosthetics are a thing, which is pretty cool. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So what are the W Corp employees doing about this train? You're right. From what we found out about the wild trains, their identities, I can't imagine any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We're there to assist you with our contract. With your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and this cannot be, Faust! There's actually no way to cure the blood bags! My apologies. The access to this information is prohibited at the moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in situations like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omnipresent omniscience, because I could always trust it to be there for us. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to consider and make my own decisions at a moment like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on everyone else. If when the time comes for them to rely on me, when they can no longer function as they usually do for whatever reason, can I really manage them well? Lead them to the right answers? Doubts colored with fear begins to rise, like a dark plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made good use of this space. And the wall behind had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun. Open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance to us hidden a weapon most powerful. A weapon most feared for by the blood fiends. That wholesome resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first class. But why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent snapped into that pod that appeared in the wall. Ah, finally. Huh? What is Dorsiket to do? W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Really, then, good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. Well, you know what? Good for him. Protect yourself. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair remained, and a wall covered with viscera. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Let's lead on to move on.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰로만 샜네요.
Next car.
저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분에
They're really eloquently
여러분의
named.
능력도 나쁘지 않아.
목적지까지 가기 위하여. 오케이, 작전 지역 진입 확인했어.
네, 입감 양호합니다.
Oh, more blood bags.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점령.
These guys, they're all pretty high, don't they?
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
It doesn't really make all that much of a difference, but they do roll high.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점령.
출력 효율적.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오.
Also, they keep appearing. There's like always more appearing after each. After you kill one, there's another one appearing.
모을 필요는 없겠고.
공격 능력 평가? 양호. 지금이 기회인 것 같소. 다음은 어디요? 효과적이네요. 이
This would be
방법을
very
기억하는
threatening. To fight one another.
타겟 무력화 확인.
공적을 인사과에
I tried. No, there's this guy with three.
공격 범위 확인.
With three slots, but
제압 완료.
they're staggered.
승객 보관 준비.
So we won't even have to face them, most likely. So I don't know what these red screen are for. Oh,
저희가 우세한 상황입니다. 이미 매뉴얼을 대여섯 번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는데 이 책임은 다음에 묻도록 하죠.
he's making a lot of charge. This post.
끝나간.
He's actually fueling herself pretty well.
승객 무력화 확인.
저희가 우세한 상황입니다. 이미 매뉴얼을
Okay, well, bye.
대여섯 번은 어긴 직원들도
단순히
보이는데
정리.
이 책임은 다음에
다음은
묻도록
어디요?
하죠.
저기 있습니다.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Can get the new Cliff. Let's go.
이야, 시간 한 번 더럽게 잘 가네.
If you're still there, Lars. There's a new version of the guy you were talking about. We were talking about earlier. That we just unlocked. He has robot parts there.
뭐야? 이 자식 바람 구멍 몇 개 생겼다고 벌써 저 세상으로 가버렸는데?
Let's read his stories. We'll just level him up a little bit for the events. Cliff? It's Cliff. It's one peaceful afternoon. The child slowly turns his head to the side at the voice calling his name. He's staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. It's Cliff, come on. Are you planning to zone out for the rest of the day too? Lunch? It's lunch already. It's only lunch. Bloody hell, mate. What a slow day. The office fills with an amused laughter as the child begins to pull his chair, with all four of his hands. Maybe the laughter made the child feel a bit self-conscious, yet he quickly attempted to change the subject. So, what is it? Why'd you call me? We're going out for lunch at Ham Ham Pang Pang, just round the corner. Are you coming? Oh, Ham Ham Pang Pang, if you don't know, it's the restaurant owned by the company, by the team that is making this game. Nah, I ain't going. Enjoy your lunches, lads. Huh? Really? I thought you loved fish and chips, their new seasonal menu. I've seen you go for that every lunch for a while. I ain't hungry. Oh, don't tell me. Did you replace your digestive tract with a prosthetic too? I could never bring myself to do that. Oh, that ain't it ever, yeah? He raises his voice in frustration before dozing it, with heavy sigh. I just have a lot on my mind today, that's all. Well, then give us a call if you change your mind. I don't mind picking one up to go for you. The coworker left the building, leaving the child all on his own. With no one left inside other than the child himself, the room was completely silent, save for the sound of the ticking clock hands. No noise of tapping on typewriter, calculators, or even pen scratching against the paper. No, ain't a bother. No, that ain't that a bother. Maybe I should have left my engines intact. He absent-mindedly rubbed his hands, which had been recently replaced with a prosthetic. Then he went back into staring blankly at the ceiling. The child had been having funny thoughts as of late. It ain't there anymore, the fun of battle. It's gone. Violence was an old friend of the child ever since his backtrips days. But he's never felt this dull. A good singular strike used to make him laugh with exhilaration. Facing down a powerful enemy used to make his competitive spirit burn brightly, even as he grumbled. Of course, when he cooled from the heat of the battle, he'd go back to his usual self. Thinking things that an average person might think. Not wanting to go as far as killing someone, for example. Or maybe that he might have gone a punch too far. But he's been getting less and less of those thoughts as of late. The same was true for the day he participated in a contract expedition. You crazy son of a bitch! You almost just lost your arm just there! Yeah, whatever, mates. I'll just replace it if that happens. Most ladies got dozens of backup armament already. You must have lost your mind! The child was, as per the terms of the contract, battling a syndicate of the backstreets. Some among them were using prosthetics as well, but most of them had been them installed at workshops of dodgy qualities, and there weren't that many of them anyway. Most syndicate henchmen reacted with the same aura as they faced the child. Attacks that other fixer would back away from. The kind of sweeping attacks that would make a room that would help make room for them to momentarily regroup. Gustav, keep stabbing my arm! You won't even hit my circuit where it matters. None of them even phased instead. He gladly took the hit and continued to advance closer to his enemies. A destroyed arm, a punctured shoulders, none of that was critical. He could simply retract them within minutes. Replace them. The child, a fixer with prosthetic, did not care no matter how much damage he took as long as he had enough cash. The battle was easy, of course, but the child was bored. Even after the drilling battle, all he could think is, oh, we won. Even as he stabbed his enemies forcefully with his spears, all he could think was, oh, there he goes. The fact that none of this violence inspired anything other than the simplest, most surface level observation was mind-numbingly boring to him. Still zoning out, Heathcliff? The child snapped out of its dry, reminiscent of the expedition his co-worker called over to him. The child was about to thank his co-worker for so kindly bringing him a sandwich, but he looked down, noticing his co-worker widely swinging all fours of his arms while pointing at the table. It spilled off coffee all over the table, drenching the reports he spent about the morning writing. Huh? Did I spill that? Who else, man? Or should I know I don't feel heat? Okay, but isn't that report due to today? Or are you okay with losing your entire morning of work? Tracking. More things to waste my afternoon time on. But the child's face was contorted with a frown. Seeing that, the co-worker quickly pushed the child away from the desk to clean up any document, removed the cups and whipped the tail down the table. All that task was done quickly and competently done. Once all four arms of the co-worker got to work. And only when the table was squeaky clean did he return to his seat. The child watched all of it, in flabbergasted silence. Let out a hollow chuckle and then leaned back in his chair. Maybe I should quit. An utterance full of emptiness. He's been spending days upon days sitting in this office, save for the days they'd want to go to work on a contract. He'd only planned to work for a little while before quitting, but he's been unable to bring himself to get to the last part of this plan. Where else would I go? What a bother. Multi-crack office, which was composed only of fixer with prosthetic, was a comfortable space for the child. Spilling hot coffee at someone was no big deal here. He could also hold a conversation about replacing his arms and legs without making things awkward. Maybe it was a sense of camaraderie with this group that made him feel awkward every time he left the premise of the building. Grabbing peeping hot items without hesitations, walking for hours upon hours without ever getting tired. It was those little things, those minor little details, that have made the child feel the sense of alienation ever since he replaced most of his body with prosthetic parts. Oh, I suppose I ain't going anywhere with my family, I wonder if we'll pick up any interesting contract today. Waiting for a small pebble of the tiniest ripples in his tedious and eventful life, the child looked back at the ever so similar ceiling. Familiar. There is rolling and clicking like cogs in a machine. The child was merely growing used to that life, the life in the city. He is just living the, you know. He is just living a boring life. I need to get him to level 45. I guess we'll do some trail excavation.
불량한 꽃들을
We'll skip them as well. Don't tell anyone I'm doing that.
일찍 돌아.
끊어놨어. 숨.
Oh, that's not enough. Also, I need 60 more treads. Oh.
저들이 수능을
Yes.
남겨드리기에 다행이요.
I can do some tread excavation as
하나는
well.
계속해서 만들어지고 방아쇠도 계속해서
60, so I would need to go to do 10s. I know it's not like super worth it to do it like this, but
어찌저찌 체면을 살렸네.
조금 소란스러웠어.
can't be really bothered. I really just need to obtain 40. Do I have anyone with 40 threads? Maso shouldn't receive anything for a while. I don't know, maybe he's saying Ryushu. Again, don't tell anyone. I can't do his cliff. His cliff is going to receive his hulking identity really soon. Okay. Alright. No, we'll give you teleport.
벌써 점심.
Let me just remove the notifications and we'll go. Stages. I have 5 more stages to go. So he's just gaining charge count. I guess I could still keep with
빨리 시작하시죠.
my form MT. Just because the animation is really cool. Oh wait, we did not fill our his
이만하면
clip.
순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Who are we benching for his clip though?
끔찍하고.
아니지.
I think is going to be done. Okay.
오.
출발합니다.
청소 준비 완.
좋아.
Mainly doing it out of preferences. Or probably Ryoshu actually.
마침내. 좋아.
일인가요?
응. 금방 가지.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Ryoshu actually.
검 끝에.
She's you know, teleport is nice.
뭐야 그
파이팅이다.
So there is.
인권이라도 있는 거냐?
Hmm. I'm not super sure how it works. I need to read that out
충전 기능 정.
eventually.
공간을 뭉갠다.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
They have insane drifts around these spots. They look really cool, don't they?
저 부표처럼 흔들리는
Like this
놈이
is Cliff and this
제1
Faust.
사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
방해물을 제거합니다.
충동적으로 공격 능력 평가 양호.
제대로 꽂혔는데.
적확한 하나비였어.
The animations are cool as well. I couldn't get to see the new UTC go yet
방법으로 개체에게 공격을 가했습니다. 이것이
because we did not have anyone generating that
다소
before.
유리하구려.
Hey! Wait,
캬! 내가 먼저다.
that's his clip?
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
Or at least he's standing from the multi-track of this.
유리하구려.
Now we can see the new UTC go. I thought it was supposed to be not type for an instant.
모을 필요는 없겠군요.
This guy is not having sanity is a little rough, by the way.
안전히 있어라.
효율적으로 잡을 수
It's not like it doesn't matter a lot
아무튼
because we're dealing so much damage. Let's send in Otis. I want to see it for myself. So you want a turn like this, basically. For as much purple as possible.
눈을 떼지 마. 한순간이라도 놓친다면 영원히 방황할 테니.
No, you're just showing off.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
있습니다.
The animation is so cool.
그다지 유쾌하진 않군요.
I will need to see what the corrosion is like. But I probably very soon update for her.
어디요?
현명한 판단이요.
Because I love the W curve like
내
aesthetic.
앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Show it to me. Attack your friends.
보이지 않는 내 길을 내.
That's cool.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의 노력도 나쁘지
Let's
않았어요.
continue. I guess I don't really need. I don't like particularly this Don Quixote.
청소 준비 완.
좋아.
일인가요?
And Apple is nice, but I don't need it. Multi-crack is very cool.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는
It's
놈들이니까.
almost a shame that we got to see so little of them.
출력 최대치.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했습니다. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
I think they do something at one point where they remove some of themselves some of their HP
바람도 딱 좋네.
and basically get a gigantic hit.
캬! 내가 먼저다.
효율적으로.
Not entirely sure what it's all about though.
맘. 공격 능력.
Also, since it's Blood Fiends, do you think we'll see Elena?
제대로 꽂혔는데.
Oh no, Elena is dead.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
공격 범위 확인.
그다지 유쾌하지.
This clip is nice though, I'm thinking. We
공간을 뭉갠다.
charge actually pull wrath generators.
효율적으로.
So it's really nice to have a characters who can fit into that niche.
효율적으로.
Especially because there's like ego gifts that interact with wrath.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리한다.
운전이 있어라. 이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그릇 두드려 패.
They keep coming. I think in focus battle this will be better.
마지막까지 서 있는 놈이 이기는 거라니까.
Like you will be able to go to force Faust into
생각하지 말고.
to force Heathcliff and Faust into eating the same characters.
필요는 없겠군요.
Because Heathcliff gives a passive on the enemy, gives a debuff on the enemy that makes them
적확한 한압이었어.
generate charge for the allies who beat them.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
Is this time for Reef Space? I think so. No, it's not the time for Reef Space. When is?
운전이 있어라.
That guy died from blood.
효율적으로.
그다지 유쾌하지.
잘했습니다.
저희가 우세한
Hey,
상황.
my Reef Space is gone.
이미 매뉴얼을 대여섯 번은 어긴 직원들도
충전
보이는데
기능 점검.
이 직원은 다음의 문제로
잘했습니다. 잘했습니다.
We really need all those. The coffee. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eyes after another round of brutal combat. Huh? Huh? What's this now? Well, the final car of the two adjacent to the freight car, when we discovered that hard box with the Teacup logo on it. Ah! Tis the emblem of Teacup! It appears that it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief executive guy Hubert, right? Didn't he oftenly mention something about partnering with other wings?
I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaboration are not limited to T-Corp. It is often the case that the wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasion that they urgently request assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations, such as Limbus Corporation Company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heyday are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, that this room sure got messed up. It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic equipment fixer. Prosthetic equipped fixer, not equipment. Give me a second. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as the guy we met at the platform, remember? He said he was swapped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized set of prosthetic. Same make, same models, everything. I believe I have read articles stating certain office hire fixers with prosthetics. Like Gay's office. Wait, he's... We were walking through the bloodied car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. He's the one we encountered on the platform! How do you recognize him? This is the fixer that suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, and he says something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing to... They brought a whole train car full of fixer for this contract. I guess calling it an expedition was no exaggeration. A dozen of broken arms strewn about! They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backups. But chase, a strategy indeed! Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between Fixer and the Bloodbags. There were many similar cases during the wars. Those who were using prosthetic would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle, because they would consider them to be disposable as long as there was cash remaining in their wallets. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are more than a single possible interpretation of the same scene. I will remember both your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours who often made it to the end of the wars. Well then, good for them. Was censored in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You're right, Faust? I was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unarmed yet. Yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy the circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost in unisolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete this deduction within moments after establishing a few basic cross-reference between the accessible information. Her voice was a whisper for the second part of her sentence. That even I could barely hear what she was saying. Ah, I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost. Obsessively casting nets after nets over the black, dreamless sea, in desperate hopes that one of them might pull something we could eat. Nowhere to tell where we are, nowhere to tell there's anything to eat under that glassy water surface, grasping at straws, you know. They can Ishmael and Yiseng, they've known like true pain. They can probably... relates to being lost. This sense I mirrored in is not unlike your own. It's likely my black of an unseen grave, or the reflection of rages upon my eyes upon, and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my old factory tells me not a forging path. It seems that the first part of the sentence was well heard by Ishmael and Isaac. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. Either way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Post. I don't know what it is, but you feel different from your usual self somehow. That is... I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn you had the softer side. The sunset side of yours isn't... It is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Most replies was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight cars. Because we are the 11th car at the moment, this leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood we will soon encounter the Bloodfiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door... Well, how strong could it be if it's further this week? There were so many of them, but we practically smashed through them their entire hold. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although it is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of Fixer called Bloodfiend Hunters, who specialize in, yes, hunting Bloodfiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that the Bloodfiends are difficult foes that require certain expertise to defeat. But I'm thinking about it. If bloodbags are like mindless rolls to bloodfiends, then they're kind of like a private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make formidable foe. You have experience with fighting bloodfiends, Otis, don't you? The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another. Possible strategies, estimation of the bloodfiend's strength. And all of a sudden... This is indecisive indulgence? Our quest to defeat the villain who had brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of innocent as we speak. Mighty old feeble, I cannot! I swear upon my honor that I shall smite this fool and let my hand of justice be the judge of the fate. Let us hasten now! Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatters. He's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the Bloodfiend to complete our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the final car of this train. Okay, let's meet the vampire.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력
The one who loads. Isn't that a cool title? I wonder how Bloodfiends are born though. This room. Ooh. Let me try to find a proper voice. What? Is with that look on thy face? Those tendons in the greatest audience of the prince. Were they obsequious smiles? Must be the cause of this outbreak. The Bloodfiend we must defeat. Fall to thy knee and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee, only once, so listen well. You may call me Cassetti, Sixth Kindred, a kindred of the 6th generation, the rightful prince in refuge from his family. Thou the villain who had brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? To art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince, yet I am feeling generous,
for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast and most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast in my mouth. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantry, why don't you take off that mask? Do you even know the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off, shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind mask, so we all decide to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it will go back to what it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask tool on your face? Not half bad job. Of course it's excellent. Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great eminent. The barber himself. Whose name I dare not even speak, but it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling! Yes, I am the prince. That's what I am. Is a bloody lawn in it? Alright, done with the giggle then. Get ready for beating off your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bowling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, hmm? Aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around, there are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn the countless of passengers in this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count? Oh no. No, but the count is so important. We have to keep count of our visitors. Oh yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitor. Yes sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish my throne today from this building a kingdom. Budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the bloodbag present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my 4-bit kindred will be. Should they be here to witness what I have created? This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. This is rather curious. It appears that this bloodfin leaves this car on only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen his signs of his insidious influence through every car we've visited so far. Then what he meant by the bloodbag presents themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. This was Sasha, the fixer we ran into earlier in one of the car. Cassidy shrinks into his throne on a sudden burst tremor, terror apparent on his face. Ah! It is thee! Bide, has thou journeyed here to assist us in our quest? No, that feline is the bloodfin responsible for the tragedies that had transpired about this train. Help us slay the car and eventually lead the passenger to... Thou has protected us far back to out of this train. Not fiends. What if there was more than a blood fiend on board? One capable of rational thoughts. You actually made it all the way back here. I guess the wings don't give out contract to just anyone. So she's a blood fiend too. I found to my darkness too, till I was the last one standing. What she's talking about? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these forearms left. Kinda funny how the perspective on life just completely flip when you're really in the shits. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't wanna die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded to hold. I told him that, "Oh, Quixote, watch out! I'd do anything to live." Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha, like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Foss finished her sentence. Oh! What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupids are, ma? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. Be the first of many since my escape for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I'll build my dynasty of my own. My family. Lord Cassetti, I'd intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car as you commanded me, but the human in my car were all weakling, so I present you this group from the first class car. Kindred. Are you aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my vein, I thought I was reborn. I see. A kindred to a blood feed is a sub-entity, similar to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe that's what was going on through my head before I became a kindred. Who has been in court with this villain all this time as his underling? Even here then, when we first laid eyes upon thee? Lady, you have no idea how much I think when you ask me about red eyes. Not would it have mattered if you did suspect me, since my red eyes is just a prosthetic. Then, the passenger were under thy protections. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood up to me. No, the child! My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coat. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a bloodfiend. But this, I really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was a child. Yep. A little one that wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Donnie is going to lose it. She is going to be so mad. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is a way better than drudgery life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy fine tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment or a really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging at full speed. At her, with her lance drawn. You know what? I can completely respect Don Quixote there.
Okay, 작전 지역 진입.
Okay, so this is targeted.
네, 입감 양호합니다.
Well, let's start out by charging all identities. Shall we? It shouldn't be so hard though.
Yeah, okay.
방해물을 제거합니다.
So ideally I want his cliff to go alongside first.
얌전히 있어라.
출력 최대치 효율적으로. 공격 능력 평가. 양호.
I don't have a lot of HP. I wonder what's up with that. Come on, muscle. Dawn is so
기세를 다시 잡았군요.
mentally
뭐
like
위기의
she's
장마다
not
그런 거야?
no. She's very unstable. I don't know what's going to happen during her chapter, but I have an inkling feeling that she might end up distorting as well at one point. Doesn't seem really unlikely for her.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에
But who knows? Maybe she won't. Maybe she will actually,
벌써 끝.
I don't know, manifest ego. For all I know. I need to choose full stop quickly because she's just really strong.
타겟 무력화 확인.
This is Sasha, our boss. So she has basically normal charge stuff for now. He doesn't seem all that intimidating, but maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. I need to let this blood carving blood bag person attack. And the most likely one to. Ow. Do not deal too much damage. Ow. Ooh. Maybe it's because they heal so much.
공간을 뭉갠다.
방금 좀 똑똑했다.
Also, Sasha is losing a lot of sanity.
그래도 눈에 바로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
I don't know if that's on purpose
현명한 판단이요.
or if something is going to happen when she goes to 0 sanity.
자, 맞서보죠.
Bloodthirst.
이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아.
Bloodthirst. No morale, gain 1 fragile, and damage up. Okay. Well, that doesn't seem to be too much of a trouble. Can I have you both post and Ryoshu kill both of these?
그다지 유쾌하진 않군요.
I'm guessing she must have a second phase. This can't be it, right? Considering how many phases the Reaper had.
저기 있습니다.
Uh-oh.
다소 유리하구려.
Maybe? I'd rather have all of the ads killed.
야, 내가 먼저다.
제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
Okay,
저기 있습니다.
they're glowing.
모을 필요는 없겠군요.
I don't know what this glow is about.
맘.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가.
Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization. Is this bumbling fool? I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of this child. What a lot of shit. Ryoshu goes to a vampire. The vampire speaks up and she goes, what a lot of shit. With that, Cassidy reached out toward the pile of blood bag on the ground and... Oh, isn't that important? Must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child? Isn't it actually foreshadowing that Ryoshu is the one to act with this, considering she might actually be a mother? She might actually have a child. Must be the Oh, what abundance! I had nearly forgiven this sensation. An armor of ardent blood materialized over the Bloodfiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable, enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who had become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes you do. Course you do. Challenge me now, or rebels, challenge thy kid. King, not kid. Cassetti. Starred blood, max value 10, lose 1 value every time this unit loses 5% HP. On hit, heal 1% of this unit's HP. Turn hand, depending on the star blood value of self. At value lesser than 5 or equal to 5 star blood, gain 1 bind, 1 fragile and 1 offense turn. Next turn, for every star blood lost. Next turn, for every star blood lost. At value 5, at value greater than 5, gain 2 offense up and offense star for every excess value. So I'm assuming every value above 5. Prioritize target with the highest sum of bleed. If this unit has bleed, gain 1 offense level, 1 defense level for every 10 build, for every 5 build bleed. Like 60% less damage from bleed, you know. Usual. And he has the Bloodthirst Panic. I don't know. I don't know, man. You seem a whole lot confident for someone... For someone who's about to get fully... who's about to get punted. He has less HP than Hindley. This guy talks mad shit and he has less HP than Hindley. That's crazy. Okay, so this is the part where these two should work together well. I think we'll initiate Overload this turn. Okay. Electricity. No, this should be. I think this is how they're intended to be played. You use basically. You have his cliff attack before first, and then first just fuels his cliff. No, his cliff just fuels first.
개체들이 예측하기 힘든 작전을 펼치려는 듯하군요. 주위에서 관찰을 지속해 주십시오.
Let me check. Unclashable. I am the prince of the parade. Double the amount of healed by Alt Blood Glaive.
Reset HP to 0, gain 10 stall blood. Does not get staggered this turn, ends after using this skill. So this is his face change. Gains new pattern when stall blood reaches 0 for the first time. Well, if he's going to end his turn after using this skill, I can block him. Well, I guess we'll just use this as filler turn. That's a lot of bleed on everyone.
이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요. 관리자님.
You're going for first. How do I feel about that? Pretty poorly.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
이곳은 그분의 사생이요.
전술의 승리네요.
자세히 보겠다. 관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던
But I mean, you know, normally this amount of bleed should not actually kill me. Especially with so much barrier.
응원도 결국은 나약한
You really
자들이나
don't like foes, do you?
위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서 아니겠습니까?
Okay, nominating, that's good.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
Yeah, I mean, right on. Oh, this post is bleeding heavily. You might want to heal at one point. He's back to panicking.
것만 같은 기분이요.
I don't want to hear about that. Well, yeah, okay, we can actually gun for like a gigantic turn like we like them. Putty's S3 is nowhere in the horizon. For the time being is just a big punching ball. It's mainly because he's lost so much sanity.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Wow. You know what? I can use one rip space.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
It's not rip space, it's lost passenger. But this is the best turn to use it.
눈을 떼지 마라.
Considering he has so much fragile.
영원히 방황할 테니.
Stagger time. Okay, well. Oh my god. This one seems alright. Was that it?
It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue got to Sir Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed on the ground. The strange environment of the wild train was proving to be significant help to the Bloodfiend's regenerative ability. His fight was dragging on even longer than our battle against the Keycorp border checkpoint, or the basement of Wuthering Heights. I knew that the sinners had all grown stronger since then, but I felt as I thought. I felt as though I stood before an impenetrable wall. Uh-oh. Don Quixote continues to wildly plummet the Bloodfiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him in every time. A body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! The hunger is no justification for this massacre, thou hast rot! Shut up! You don't understand! You don't know how awful it is to survive on that disgusting blood for 200. No. I don't even want to think about it. Shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. Please. Just let me have a sip. Just a smaller sip, please. Oh, it's all useless. No matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all that flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a whisk of shapeless mush, and never to become whole again. But the Bloodfiend's regeneration is powerful. He's regenerating as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. I would have loved to hear Don Quixote's voice actress, voice this. It would have probably been really intense, I feel like. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... My kindred, my child. I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibility. The blessing of a parent must be repaid, no? What can I do? Find their weaknesses. Break their rancors, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It's that the way they fight reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic user fights. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into the battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look what's important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the master keycard for shoulder in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote, stop her! No! Oh, my parents. I offer this gift to you. Ah! Don Quixote immediately leaped to the fixer, but one of her arms struck away with great force. Ishmael and Mercer, who had both been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength. Without Don Quixote's fury, the Bloodfiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard. This is the keycard to the first class, my lord. With this, grow your army of bloodbag to bring glory to the kingdom. Now, Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard will be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Ente. I believe myself to be trying my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Force's knowledge and intelligence, however, with our loss as of the Master Keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this obstacle, Rose took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all of this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions of her own, has to be unfamiliar for her. But Faust is an admirable sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself actually, that I must have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good direction to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't have to be the problem for us. Remember, thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan, you said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a force that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the Master Keycard is but one of the innumerable uncertain variable in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Bloodfiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus the only option that remains is at present is to compromise. You there? Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them. Or I'll smash your precious kid to pieces. On each other, Squire! Compromise? Compromised with a feeling as vile as that girl? I didn't have time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injury just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinners who could move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then. Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I will make my intention clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind. Cassetti must be absolutely exhausted from the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinner must be a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will discuss further what we each have to offer to one another. That glass may be diamond eye then. Thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be royal debate then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but one who is equal. Nature is Squire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We made our way into the freight car. So Faust, what are we doing in this freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Are we going to fight Cassetti with Faust alone?
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력
Ooh,
덕분이지만
we got a lot of
여러분의
gifts.
노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Do you think? Yes, if I buy all of these, I can. Sorry. Little aside before we continue the story. Oh, I don't have any Utis shard. Ah, I'm growing out of shards, slowly but surely. Well, I guess this event will replenish my box. But yeah, let's get Dimension Shredder to up type 4. I think it's worth it. And yeah, let's continue the story. Without further ado, the negotiation. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled the freight car, I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon, or create a kindred here. Dente. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked my train of thoughts. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection with the Faust. Do you know that this would work? No. And as I have stated before, this was a pure, uncalculable gamble, based on my own uncertain hypothesis. Your success helps me comprehend Miss Rhodia's fascination with gambling. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lip a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected the list of information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interior of warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced toward the Blood Fiend. Let us discuss our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the Master Keycard? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain secrecy in this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to the first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after like nothing happened. And when the trains get there, once you get off the train and everything goes back to where they were supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Host, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any sign of battle will be erased upon arrival. We will have no way to rely on news, whether one of success or failure. If we had means to defeat him, then at least Double Cop would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that something was something I could live on with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers and Don? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet, the lack of reply was a reply on its own. Are we going to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this! Don Quixote? I thought our wounds were too severe for her to crawl, let alone walk, but with the sheer will she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this! We cannot let these vile rats live and turn a blind eye to everything is done! It's her! Again! What you want to say is... What you want to say here for is... essentially an eternity within this train. I know the truth. Everything that hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend aeon inside this. I cannot. I would not welcome the aeons. Should it means the aeons of for penance? Should it means aeon of penance for thee? This much preferable to letting thy finally go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. She's back to smiling normally. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free from our grips. but she's already pushed herself beyond her limit by merely walking here. You know, I can respect Dawn. I can completely respect Dawn wanting to go above and beyond just for her ideals there. Faust, unhand me! You mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire! Don Quixote, letting me destroy the king means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. And I shall fill the mini-life with tales of legends I had read magazines. In the magazines. No time, however, infinite shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor one. As one. Certainly. You're aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote? But then, there has to be another way, no? Oh, both possess our great wisdom first, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path which will bring justice to the villainy? And the sinner remain unharmed? The struggle begins to wane. But this was no acceptance, this was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Bloodfiend had been quietly advancing to us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. But we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parents. Forgive my transgression for creating another without thy sanction. Hey, wait, no, you can't turn down into a blood fiend. Thou shalt become the second kindred of mine. Uh-oh. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her knee with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Uh-oh. I did not expect this to be the solution. Host? What do you mean, the solution? According to this information I have viewed in the past, and once again just know it's... Dente, take cover behind me, and remain absolutely still. And please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Ah! Don Quixote levitates into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet of their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... Rocinante! I've always had this question so swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Does those speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante. In sorrow, in sorrow, and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that had struck me. It had been a loyal steed in by my side for however long it had been in my existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Manager Esquire, whether hast thou saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are. Stinky they are not. Scuff them might appear. Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as small... Anwolf, welcome. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running Rocinante. Uh-huh. I've always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention this question. That this question was inspired by numerous eyewitnesses. Reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas, wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in Sambla. There shall be no separating Rocinante, the two of us. Is she going to distort? Is this what's going to happen? We're bound not by need nor want. We're simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was
was also wearing those pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Fee! Whatever those do mean? As in detach Rocinante from my body? This is a very odd insinuation to make, Eth. She looked at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pairs of running shoes was somehow an inconceivable idea. There was somehow more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude treating them something so far removed from common sense, as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelming, powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner with its sickening aura. Then, darkness. No, that's impossible! Uh-oh. No, that's impossible! In all-absorbing darkness, voices is our only light. You are the second kindred. Oh, did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think... Wait, she is a blood fiend already. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, the second kindred. Wait, Dawn was the blood fiend this entire time? And Rocinante stopped her? That's crazy. You're probably right. I don't think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering aura, I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. This is so surprising. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend shriveled, kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, oh venerated ancestor, I beg for mercy of the second kindred, I beg for mercy of the second kindred, I beg... Insolent worm. Ah! Crimson droplets of blood slowly rises around the blood fiend's mouth, before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your mouth shall be worth my ears. Now, to commit the sin of filial impiety, by attempting to travel against the bloodstream to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your imprudence. Continued in existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body began liquefying into a slick stream of blood. His form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. So my only thought about this was that Don Quixote and Cassetti were both talking in Old English, but I thought this was just because they were both being dramatic. I did not expect this. I expected Don to go like, I don't know, to distort and somehow revert, turning into a blood fiend. Rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ooh. Ah. You. Don Quixote looked at her, turned to look at me. Was still on the ground after being shown by the shockwave. They're really teasing our chapter really well. Oh my god, it's going to be something. And with a cryptic laugh of pity, she utters something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante, to me. Rocinante. I beseech you. I carefully reached out and grabbed her shoes. And slipped them into her bare feet one by one. Ah, one day.
She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Huh. Oh my god. Of all the people who would secretly be a big shot, Don? that's something. I did not expect this ending at all, but it's not that it's a bad thing, it's actually super hype. Let's continue. Sometime later, can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock. All that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car, and the disgusting, obliterated remain of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Bloodfiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Really? The 3 of you? Oh, you were spot on. When did you have even the time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness. Alright, so, what's going on with the lass? Why she's out of cold? She happens to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not in a risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Bloodfiend and his kindred from the world without moving a finger. They always keep surprising us with those twists they bring. Like Don Quixote being a Bloodfiend. the whole deal with hulking. That's very interesting. But I also remember Faust's last word. So please do not that the other sinners must never heard a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious and Faust was answering every question with a silence. It was only natural that their question would fall on me. That's, you know. Wait, that reminds me. What's the key card? Last I remember it was in Cassetti's hands. Who is in far more presentable state than he was before. Wait, so how about the key card he was holding though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melted with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Oh! Merceau squinting! New expression for Merceau as well. Oh, wait, oh. Hello, everyone, calm down! Calm down! I said calm down! Oh, by the way, Ken, if you're willing to answer, have you finished this event? Or are you discovering the end with me? I assume you're probably familiar with the Project Moon stories since you mentioned Bloodfiends. I should have really packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we foster one of these doors open? The master keycard is not an absolute necessary element to resolving this situation. Oh! It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact whole of this methodology. Therefore, I will be delivered you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in our declaration was more than enough to win us over. So we headed to the corridor past the door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders and arrived at our destination. So it's P-Corp. Ooh. You're back? Welcome back. You've missed... You've missed the big reveal. What the hell was that? What was that? What? What just happened? That's insane! Of all the twists they could have brought to Don Quixote's story. Remember people theorized that? Really? Really? People theorized that Don Quixote was the Blood Fiend? How? How? Oh, how people came to this conclusion though. Honestly, can't remember. You just dismissed it as stupid. I mean, I wouldn't have never guessed. I would have never come to the conclusion that Don Quixote was one of the strongest vampires in this city. I'm so shocked. It's honestly, I kneel once again to the writing of this game. They keep bringing twists that are absolutely insane, but also amazing. Like just great work. Absolute cinema. I can't ask not what up. I don't know. Let me get to virtues. I can't ask not what happened after seeing the state you're all in. Sandy Peter, Sandy Pata. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, it can grains of sand rolled about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Boss explained the simple gist of this plan, as we made our way through the back door. To put it simply, we'll spend the time at a space disconnect from the train. The train should be arriving at this destination in approximately 10 seconds. Going by the A-Corp's timescale, all we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Boss came to a student stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait. Are you seriously just gonna open that door? With this many doors in here? Are you sure it's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Thus, at least tell us what's past the door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for a future endeavor that I gain experience. The experience of encountering something completely unexpected. Wait, oh! Boss did not wait for his script to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. No, please, enter through this door. With first stand command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Supposed to be indoors? The heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes! Oh, I've sanded my mouth. Wait, now, what? Is that a sandstorm? But I want to be inside a building. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out a colorful series of complaints trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Foss continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of here as urgently as she ordered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interior of the warp train. as it arrived to the pickup platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought I'd never make it. Wow, are you guys okay? How did these passengers? Were so happy to be done with this ordeal that even when the W Corp agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We're employees of the Limbus company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employers. Oh, so you guys are the people that the captain told us about? They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Oh, I've never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the shed that the cleanup engine crawled into. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here? Maybe you're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all in there either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken. I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered momentary collective hallucination caused by the fatigue. Very well, then we'll see ourselves out. Both cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Oh, we arrived? Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all... Oh, wait. Sorry. Any and all the relevant report will be sent to W Corp via LCCA and... Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train, with a serious expression. I will now leave Charon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to go to ask Faust once Virgilius left. What? Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. Ah. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. Oh, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is. That is something I have been aware since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superior that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including the one to Faust, as we had been severed, I was not in position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action. Right. No. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Returned. That was a layered word.
We return to one of the warp train platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual force reconnected to Faust has returned. Yes. Faust replied to Yiseng's nebulous word without a quiet affirmation. Please, do not take this query with any great importance. Allow me a jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? He knows! He knows that there are two Faustes. And she is doing the same sad face. He shot a puzzled look at Yiseng. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? So, my guess right now is that our Faust is used basically as like, I would say, how do you call it? She is used basically as a stand-in or a drone, if you will, for the real Faust. That is kind of like ordering her around, telling her what she needs to do at all time, what she needs to know at all times. And this is why she's so emotionless. And why, as soon as the connection with the other Faust was cut, she started showing more kindness and what have you. Yiseng mused ambiguously before leaving us. Yeah. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brain about what kind of nonsense the trial we were about to face in pickup. So I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. Do you think about it that explained Faust having time duck too? Please explain to me, I'm curious. Oh, how do we find ourselves at pickup? Oh. Wherefore is my throat so parched? Refers to the ambiguity to whether Faust action are one of those of Faust, the network, or Faust, the character. Ah, interesting. But I wonder if potentially the CEO of Limbus company is Faust, as in the perfect Faust, as Dante mentioned. There's a lot of curious things. I'm too tired to explain. Ikita, you may start big times on one crazy adventure. That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote, bewildered, awakening, grinning. There's no way we'll be facing here at the District 16, where pickup was located, but we'll know. We got this, right? The same fate I saw in the Faust who believes in the certainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. There's obviously also a very interesting line in between, characters and their mirror versions. She nodded at me with her unusual, barely noticeable smile, and gave a light nod back in return. Time to find ourselves another golden bow. Okay. Let me try to reconvey my thoughts. Because there was so much things that were thrown out our way this event, actually. And there was so many hype stuff. I would have loved to hear Don Quixote being voiced when she was going full Blood Fiend. Wouldn't it have been insane? Can't wait for next Kanto. I'm so curious now. I really want to see what they're going to do with that. And this is obviously teasing for Don Quixote's Kanto, but this is also teasing for Lulu Gaming. Welcome, and thank you for the follow. But this is also teasing, obviously, for the whole story behind Faust. She's extremely enigmatic. She has been extremely enigmatic this entire time. And while we don't unequip our shoes, third trumpet sounds off. That's exactly what I got. It was really funny though. It's like I looked at our sinners and I was like, okay, real true, she probably is a bigger shot. She probably is a bigger shot than, you know, than you might think. But Dawn being a Blood Fiend to me is wild. She doesn't unsheath her sword yet. Yeah, when she's going to do it, it's going to be very, very frightening, I feel like. Probably has some demonic shit in it. I would not doubt it. Considering the scope like the last two Kantos I've taken, I would never doubt it. I hope we get a Nosferatu aided Ego for Dawn at some point, so we can sort of get to use our Blood Fiend form in battle. Honestly, I would not be surprised if we get, you know, like we will get Hulking, we will get the Wild Hunting Cliff soon, and we got the Captain Ishmael. I would not be surprised if, like, the big Dawn identity we will get next chapter would be Blood Fiend, but at the same time, I don't know. If Flores they go, Nosferatu Dawn, that would be crazy. I would love to see a Dawn that goes so hard, and we'll definitely see that next chapter. But yeah, all bets are off, really. All bets are off. Heathcliff has some like dimension, you know, universe-hopping disaster going on. This is the most fucked up windmill she has ever seen. I'm so curious. I'm pretty sure they're going to do something with the windmill. It would be really cool though if Dawn was to get an Eflorestego actually into the next chapter. Because we've had like a Sinner distort. So a lot of people, because you know Dawn is so unpredictable, they expect her to distort as well, but it would be really cool if she actually manifested like maybe an ego that was more important than La Sangre de Sancho. But I really wonder what they're going to do with the windmills, because you know they're going to include the windmill as like enemies one way or another. Amnos don't really distort, they manifest ego. Dawn is already an Amno though, from being a Blood Fiend. Are the Blood Fiends abnormalities? That's my question. I don't remember if, because initially I believe abnormalities were really a thing mainly of lobotomy corp. The effect on Dawn's base ego will fit with her being a Blood Fiend. She has the healing on bleed that the enemies of this event have. That's crazy, I would have never guessed it. We even thought
Who even looks at Dawn and thinks she's a blood fiend? Translate to the blood of Sancho? And Sancho is in the book is a sidekick. Yeah, they're like he's like I believe the squire of Don Quixote, right? Them being La Sangre would probably either have a meaning about them potentially being a blood fiend as well, or Don turning them into, you know, a thrall or something. A kindred. Or potentially, the initial guess was that they were dead, basically. Oh. But yeah. Manager Esquire, no, it's different. It does. Whenever she says it, it does. No, it has all the implications. And I think she said something interesting about, like, the manager being someone she wanted to use. Maybe she wants to turn us into a kindred at one point. But yeah, this event was so cool. I did not expect this to happen. I'm baffled once again. I'm once again in shock with what Limbus company has to offer. Very, very cool stuff. And I'm super curious now to see Don Quixote's chapter. It's going to be, I feel like, probably something really interesting. Manager Esquire, I need CPs. I need CPs, Manager Esquire! I need to reflect mine blood. Sip Dente dry. You have Dente's like normal red getup, and it turns into, you know, all white because she drank all the red from him. But yeah, also, I did not talk about the new identities all that much, but they're very good. They're very interesting. I think they're a pretty cool take on charge units. Mainly because they don't generate charge with to walk toward a good S3. They're a bit different in that regard, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I think, nonetheless, my Sina, who I did not know was the most cutest vampire I've ever met. Who would have guessed that Don would be a vampire? Certainly not me. But yeah, very interesting stuff. I'm really curious. Doujin title material, I will leave that to the, you know, to the talented people in the community to do this. Maybe I'll give it a little read, I don't know. It does sound like one. So many crazy stuff. Well, anyway, I don't think I will do... I consider doing a mirror dungeon, but I'm growing a little tired, and I think I will rest my voice because I've been voicing everyone today. During this event. It was a lot of fun though. I was happy to have you there. Again, thank you for the follow, Ken Wolf and Lulu Gaming. Hope I can see you again sometimes. It was really fun. I love talking about Limbus Company. So, Limbus Company Lobotomy Corp. We play a lot of that in this channel. Well, some of that. Also a lot of deck builders. Deck building roguelites. So yeah. I will end the stream there. I can bring you to my screen. But yes, thank you for stopping by. I will send you to raid over to Lars's channel, because I actually started this stream a little earlier because I wanted to watch his stream today. So yeah, I'll send you over there. And tomorrow, mind you, there will be an episode of the Great Ace Attorney, a stream of the Great Ace Attorney, and he will be there for like a little while to help us. But yeah, I will send you over to Laz's channel. He is doing karaoke stream today. Be very respectful and all of that. I have no doubt that who you will be, but you know. Give him a follow if you don't. It's always appreciated. And yeah, raid message. If you stick around for the raid, you can always leave like soon after we're done raiding, but send this little message for me. And yeah, we'll be going for now. Take care. Bye bye. Did the raid not happen?